Good day and good evening and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, as usual, I've planned a path we will walk, have a little talk about this and that, and then you have sent me some clips to have a look at. Whether it's someone asking for some advice or just wanting to show off something they did. That's pretty much what it is. And we have the speedrun time as usual, for the memes. That said, hey for Poof, hey Teldemar, well, I guess not. Hey Champion, hey Seros, hey Lana, hey Monica, hey Ham, hey Gyazel, hey Tinali, hey Naomi, and hey Yannick. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Dan, hope you're doing well as well. Anytime. Sure. Hey Sally, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that one is always funny when I zone in exactly where the music just continues, right? Maybe I should do that one day. Just start the stream and then I've just set it up so that the music just keeps going. Like, what? Hey Kat, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for celebrating 20 months as part of the Cult of the Pink. Thanks so much for the support. And I'm doing all right. Working on things, figuring out things. I mentioned it yesterday as well, just in case anyone missed the opportunity. I put out a member post asking about something. If you're not interested in the conversation, that's fine. But if you didn't even get to see it, then you don't have a chance to even make that decision. So just wanted to remind it again. Also, thank you for celebrating 17 months as part of the Cult of the Pink Ham. Thank you so much. And hey Bob, hope you're doing well. And I hear that there was something crazy with M5S. Some of the Savage Squad was doing early reclears of that. How many hours did it take? Like, what happened? What actually happened? And hey, Raging Bull, hope you're doing well. Three polls, 2 party finders. Wait, was it 3 polls in total? Were you not doing this for like... Wait, how long did you go? Like, it's nearly 3 hours ago. So you went at this with an average of like 1 poll per hour. That's quite something, is what it is. Yeah, a funny detail is with these walks, we usually avoid, like, we wouldn't want to use Argos if we could avoid it. But if you actually look really closely, and we have actually tested this, I believe we tested this on one of the first, if not the first walk and talk. This whole upper section is completely inaccessible from this lower section. There's no way to get up here on foot. The only path is Argos. Presumably because there would be a little bit of a sequence break, quote unquote, if you could skip Argos. Also, Gazel, 3 pulls is really good, but in 3 hours it's strangely concerning, isn't it? But that's the classic if it takes a while to get the party together. You just sit there waiting. It's not quite 3. I guess it's closer to 2.5 hours. But that's still... Wow. Wow. I remember when they initially said if anyone wants to come along, I considered joining. I was like, no, I don't think I have time for that. I was like, hey, Bertwell, hope you're doing well. Sounds about right for Party Finder this late. It's still wild because it sounds like what was the main problem was finding people. It's kind of wild. I believe there's something about us needing to get over there. Had you joined, we would probably had cleared with the first party. Oh. Ow. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. It was on light. Exactly, because if it was on chaos, it would be... that would be making it harder for yourself for no reason. So, an interesting topic that Zav brought up yesterday was in regards to the concept of a light party pre-made a Realm Reborn speedrun. The interesting bit was not the concept of doing it, but the way that this speedrun works is that it has been optimized to such a degree, the general speedrun, that if you choose to off-road to do job quests or class quests at all, well, then you're not going to get the record. Like, you're just not. Like, there isn't time for that. This also leads to the prevailing solo strategy being going as Conjurer. Because you get fast groups. And for the most part, your complete lack of toolkit will not damage the pace of the group that much. Big emphasis on that much. Because, let's be real here, you're going to be a Conjurer with Cure 1. Eventually you'll get Medica 2 at level 50. I think you'll also have Medica 1. And you'll have Aero 1. I don't know if you get Aero 2. But that's basically it. And that's not that good. So if your tank actually needs you to heal, then... oof. And your gear will probably not be that fantastic either, since you're speedrunning. You're not taking that much time to collect things, are you? Now, the idea of a light party speedrun, I would say, sort of solves a specific problem in the normal solo speedrun. In that, due to the idea of doing the A Realm Reborn speedrun, which I believe is typically reaching the credits after beating Porta de Comana, I believe is where time is decided. This has been done for long enough that originally there was no option to just do it with NPCs, Lamau. So people just, you know, queued for the duties. And you can probably see how that would be a little bit annoying for the other players. And there's also the little detail that because of this, your ability to clear quickly would be partly, or to some degree almost entirely, down to how lucky you were with the randos you got. Because if you got like a slacker group, or say a group where someone leaves when they see that you, a conjurer, is there in, I don't know, a level 40 dungeon, then that's going to like tax you on time, and there's just nothing you can do about that. It's just nothing. It's just too bad. And if you get a group that just can't deal with it, if you're like you're not strong enough to compensate for the weakness of the rest of the group, then you might just have a group that it's unlikely, but it's possible that like a duty goes way over time because your party isn't very good. So on and so forth. Like, there's a lot of random details that are completely out of your control because other players are involved. Hey Bronzo, hope you're doing well. So one solution to that would be duty support. You can do, as far as I can see, all of the mandatory duties for this speedrun in duty support. So by that metric, or by that path, you would be able to completely circumvent this problem and instead just try your best with the NPC companions. There's of course the detail that this would be a separate speedrun category. Don't you need some trials? To reach the credits after Porta de Comana, no. Not any trials that the NPCs cannot do with you. But because the NPCs will be significantly worse than the average player, it will just you will just not be able to make a speedrun time that is competitive with what's already there. So it would be a separate category. Another option is to have a light party, especially now where like you only need 4 players for all these duties, where in the past you needed 8 at some point, like specifically for Castrum and Praetorium. The light party, of course, means that all 4 players must be doing a speedrun. And Bertwellcon kind of highlighted a particular problem with that. I don't think it's a problem. I'm pretty sure it's just important that you don't, like, jank it up and get weird with it. But aside from that, you could just have a Gladiator or a Marauder, 2 DPS classes, and then a Conjurer. You don't really have many options in healers. Or if you really want to get weird with it, you could also just have 3 DPS and a tank and do whatever you want, but that might not be the smartest move, because your tank probably don't have a huge supply of potions. Maybe you can resolve that by having an Arcanist. I don't know. I don't know. But that is also kind of a separate category of speedrun. But I do think it is interesting because the introduction of duty support to the degree that we have it now means that it could be argued that doing a solo speedrun and using the duty finder as a conjurer that has definitely not done their job quests and things like that is quote-unquote kind of a jerk move, isn't it? Like, in a way. And the reason why I'm saying in a way is because you could have an actual white mage level 100 getting synced down for Zastasha, but they're just not really, like, participating. Like, they are somehow so bad that a conjurer in a trash bag actually brings more to the table. Unlikely, but possible. Which means that, like, while you're underprepared, if you're bringing your A game, you might actually be, like, at least an average healer. Maybe not above average, but at least an average healer. But you can circumvent this whole problem by either bringing your own party or using the duty support system. And because the duty support system is right there, the excuse of, well, I don't have 3 friends to do the speedrun with kind of falls flat. But this then leads to the original subject that Zav brought up. If you were to do a light party speedrun, what would be the optimal combination for that speedrun? You need to complete Porta de Cumana from a starting level 1 character as quickly as possible, and you have 3 other friends that are also doing it. You will presumably be running side by side once you reach, like, just around Zastasha, and then you'll just progress through. That of course also means that there are, like, some bottlenecks. If a solo duty takes longer for a specific class, then that will be a bottleneck. If the initial quests to get to Zastasha is longer for a specific class, that will be a bottleneck. But then the question, of course, becomes a little bit of what Agent Monica just said. What would you say is the worst base class? Of course, the interesting question is, what is the best base class? I would say the worst base class for combat is probably Thaumaturge, I would say. And that says a lot, because Lancer doesn't get any AoE buttons. Lancer is so unlucky that it doesn't even get an AoE button. But Black Mage's AoE buttons, sorry, Thaumaturge's AoE buttons without Black Mage are so bad that I think a Lancer would be a better pick. Specifically in this level 1 to 50 range. There's something to be said that a Black Mage will probably be able to, like, I don't know, cast a few Fire 2s and then the fight is over. And the problem is that the walk to collect all of the mobs, speaking of walk, is going to mean that if the rest of the party is alright, then the Black Mage, the Thaumaturge, will just not do anything. And arguably, the best DPS class might actually be Archer for this specific challenge. Not because of like some latent single target damage that you're overlooking. No, it's because they have quick knock. And the amount of damage that quick knock provides is so crazy high that, and fully mobile by the way, that I feel like the potential downsides of Archer not having the most impressive single target damage is completely irrelevant. I would say a close competitor would be Arcanist, but it is worth mentioning that Arcanist with no job or class quests does not get Ruin 2 and does not get Summon Topaz. Which means that their AoE comes down to Outburst, which is competitive in damage with Quick Knock if you don't have to stop too much. And then they have Ruin 1, which is like 240 potency. Just baseline, it's 240. And then there's other stuff you can do with it. You know, you can Ether Charge, and then they will technically be 290. You can also Ether Charge your Outbursts, and you can use Ruby Copy, and you can use Emerald Copy, and you can spend those. But just baseline, Outburst, and Ruin 1 are actually... it probably says a lot about the power level of what the classes are working with when I say that those two buttons are actually pretty solid. The main problem with Arcanist is that Quick Knock is unlocked in Sastasha. Outburst is unlocked in 1,000 Maws of Totrak. It's a little late. The same problem Pugilist also has. The big weakness of Pugilist is that... do they get Dragon Kick? They don't get Demolish. They don't get Rockbreaker. They don't get 4-point Fury. But if they get Dragon Kick, they do get Twin Snakes. So there might be something there. They get Dragon Kick. Oh, that's pretty solid. So that's also something to consider. Arm of the Destroyer is also pretty alright. The main thing that makes Arm of the Destroyer fall a little flat versus Archer is because Archer gets the increased action damage traits, which means that Quick Knock has 20% more potency than what it says. And then Arcanist also gets Raging Strikes, while Pugilist gets nothing. They get a shorter GCD. Let's see here. Ilana says, is the light party speedrun optimized to the point of choosing the best language for the Praetorium cutscenes? It wouldn't surprise me if they were. Cat says, according to speedrunning website, the Realm Reborn world record is 13 hours. The hardest part might be finding a group. Yes. I would assume, is there not a separate category for a light party? Say Rust. Hope you're doing well. Bertolcon says, is it worth 2 archers for the damage? See, that's where the interesting question comes to, is exactly that. Archer is really good. It has a particularly extreme advantage over all the other DPSs up to the point where the other DPS classes that do get an AoE gets it. Meaning that, to be specific, that Archer has a supreme advantage in these 3 dungeons, and if that makes enough of a difference, then it doesn't matter that the other classes can catch up at this point. Seems to be solo or co-op leaderboards they are. Yeah, I imagine that would be the case. What's the difference in world records for those? Anyone have like 28 hours available to test 2 archers versus 1? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll just test that. Ah, well, that wasn't interesting information, guys. Big oof. Oh. But that is where it really gets complicated. I would assume there's also only 5 runs in co-op. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Speed runs of this length are typically not like super popular. But yeah, as far as I could see, it really comes down to Black Mage doesn't really have a horse in the race. It simply doesn't like it doesn't have the mobility to do very much in most of the dungeons because they won't get scathed. And Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 are way too weak for way too long. Lancer doesn't get an AoE option, which I guess, like, relative to a Dragoon, it's not too big of a deal. I don't recall, are any of these dungeons mandatory for the MSQ? I think Stone Vigil is. And there's, of course, also, you know, Castrum and Praetorium where it would matter. But that's relative to Dragoon. Then Lancer relative to all the other classes is like, yeah, well, most of them have their like they should all have it by 1000 Mors to the back. So Lancer just like Lancer might be able to beat Black Mage just because sorry, Thaumaturge. Just because Thaumaturge is like so much of the goodness of the class is locked away in the job. So there's just no reason to pick Thaumaturge when you could be Black Mage. Like, just don't. Oh, sorry, Thaumaturge when you could be something else if you're not going to be allowed to be Black Mage. So just don't bother. And that leaves Arcanist, Archer, and Pugilist. Sure, there's technically also Rogue, but no, that's a job quest. You actually you would need to do like 3 class quests just to unlock the feature to unlock Rogue. And then you would also have to do a quest to unlock Rogue, and Rogue isn't that. Rogue isn't all that. That's not worth it. So yeah, that's not happening. That's straight up just not happening. Isn't Rogue doing less damage than Archer? Yeah, exactly. I don't know if Rogue will straight up do less damage than Archer, but Rogue gets their AoE option, like... I believe they actually get an AoE option, but they're competing with Lancer, who's competing with Thaumaturge, who's who's so low in the tier list that I'm like, just don't. So it's like, congratulations. You're beating the one who's not even capable of competing. That's not a very impressive feat, is it? But Rogue would probably beat both Lancer and Thaumaturge. But as I said, not very impressive. So we're back to square one. We have Arcanist, Archer, and Pugilist. And between these 3, Arcanist's main weakness is that it has to stop to cast. Not like a lot, but they have to stop to cast. So that like that can add a surprising amount of lost damage that you don't expect. Like, for some reason, the job is doing less damage than you had anticipated. Or the class will do less damage than I had anticipated. Also, hey Zav, hope you're doing well. Sounds like you're not. And we're talking about what class would be the best for an AR speedrun. So, welcome aboard. So Arcanist's weakness is that it has to stop to cast for the most part. The only time where it doesn't is when you use Ether Charge. You have like 1 GCD of movement. Swift Cast gives you 1 GCD of movement. And summoning Ruby and summoning Emerald is also a GCD of movement. And then the Emerald runes are technically 4G, like 2 and like 40% of a GCD of movement because they're really fast. So like you have some. But just like Pugilist, Arcanist learns its AoE option like later. 1000 Laws of Totarak late. So I guess, based on what I know, I guess it comes down to, like in the comparison between Archer and Arcanist, it comes down to Arcanist getting its AoE late. How big of a negative is that? And the fact that it is not super mobile, how big of a negative is that? Because I'm pretty sure that Arcanist's just standing Ruin 1 spam DPS is stronger than Archer's maintain Venomous Bite, use Heavy Shot and Straight Shot, and maybe Raging Strikes potency per second. So it's really down to the specific... Oh yeah, that's true, it also has Bloodletter. Wait, does it have Bloodletter? What action does Archer learn at level 15? Is that the back hop thing? Do they get Bloodletter? How early do they get Bloodletter? Because that is something that I'd overlooked. Level 12, okay. Is Reign of Death an Archer or Bard thing? Bard, okay, so they don't get the AoE version. The Bloodletter does change some things. As also the part that Archer will give Peloton. And I think that probably... the presence of Peloton is probably the deal breaker here, is that any optimized class combo that doesn't have an Archer are quote-unquote basically throwing, if you know what I mean. Like, I know with Jog existing, it's not as big of a deal, but it is going to make a difference. It's going to matter. And Archer is not that far behind if it is behind. I think you want to spend as much time as possible in combat though. Oh yes! Oh yes! But it still cuts any time where you're not in combat by like a sixth of running time. And also allows you to get smarter with your sprints, because you don't, like, there's no point in it. Like, if you can sprint longer while pulling things, that'll probably help more. How well could sleep be utilized? Can it be utilized? You still get put in combat with something when you sleep it. I do think that it comes down to... like, I'm just saying, Peloton and Bloodletter are like, enough that I think that Archer wins out ahead of Arcanist. It's not that I'm thinking that Peloton is, like, hugely massive, but it is big enough that you're going to be missing it if you don't have it. Conjurer uses sleep in many of the early combat encounters in Overworld, but in dungeons it's not so useful. Yeah, there's also the part that the fact that Conjurer also has repose means that having an Arcanist specifically for sleep isn't, like, giga huge. Also, hey Cole, hope you're doing well. So I do think it comes down to who's stronger between Pugilist and Arcanist with no job quests. I believe what... Well, class quests. I believe what Pugilist loses out on is I don't think they get Steel Peak or Meditation without class quests. Hey Raiden, hope you're doing well. No, we're not hating on Bard. I'm actually praising Archer. And we're talking about the concept of an optimized light party, a Realm Reborn speedrun. What classes would you bring? And I'm saying Archer is probably the must take. Pugilist is basically Monk without Blitz. Pugilist does not get Rockbreaker or Demolish or 4-point Fury. And they also don't get a Gap Closer, that's correct. I believe they also don't get Meditation. I'm pretty sure that's a level 15 like class quest thing. It's like there's quite a lot that they're losing out on. But I believe Archer gets Wide Volley to add to their Quick Knock. Meanwhile, so on AoE, Arcanist, I believe, is 100 potency outbursts that at level 20 will technically be 110 because of Maim and Mend, and at level 40 will be 130 because of the upgraded Maim and Mend. And then you can Ether Charge while running, which will, I believe, add 20 potency to it. I don't remember if it is actually 100 potency or if it's 80 or something initially. I'm pretty sure it's just straight up 100. Meanwhile, I believe Pugilist has Arm of the Destroyer at like just a flat 100. Shorter GCD, but flat 100 potency. The shorter GCD in the level 1 to 50 range peaks at, you know, the equivalent of like about 15 to 16% more damage, I think. So 110, just like... Well, Yannick, remember that if you don't have a step 2 or 3 AoE combo, then you don't need that many targets for Armor the Destroyer to be optimal without form. Is it 100 without form? They did not add something like that, Raiden. Not officially, anyway. Is it 110 with no form? Is it 120 with form? Oh, Yannick, I'm not saying that there's a difference between Armor the Destroyer from Monk or Pugilist. But fair enough, if it's 110, what is it with form? $120. Okay. For some reason I had remembered it as 100, 110. So that doesn't change much, but it does change a little bit, because it does mean that Armor the Destroyer is probably competitive. Just spamming Armor the Destroyer is probably competitive with Outburst at level 40 with Maim and Mend too. It was 100 and 110 previously? Oh. Well, that explains why, at least. I should do better than that. But yeah, since you do get Dragon Kick and you do get Twin Snakes, the damage, like the shape of the damage output of Pugilist is going to be really wacky. But the fact that it is fully mobile while attacking might be what makes it the better pick over Arcanist. Hey Ardell, hope you're doing well. And yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, it does help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream while we're here live anyway. You know, tell the algorithm this is an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thanks so much in advance. But yeah, in that case, I believe the DPS composition would be like Pugilist and Archer. But I could imagine that Arcanist is close enough that it would be like the combo where you're using something else is, you know, the other thing that is competing for the title. Say Zip, I hope you're doing well. Sounds like you're not. And of course for healing you just have Conjurer, so not much to say there. But tanks, it gets a little interesting. Because the tanks just straight up don't get their ranged option. No Shield Lob, no Tomahawk. They are from class quests. Gladiator doesn't get Spirits Within. And Warrior doesn't get Thrill of Battle. Are there other things they're not getting? From their class, like that you might expect? Is Mithril Tempest a Warrior action? Or a Marauder action? I'm guessing it's a Warrior action. I would even assume that it's learned from a job quest. It's a Warrior action, right. Is Storm's Eye also Warrior? Or is that Marauder? That's Marauder. Okay, that is pretty huge. Because Overpower is, I think, like 10 potency less than Total Eclipse. But Paladin, like, no Paladin, so no Prominence. Which means that the fact that Prominence is like 100 more potency than Total Eclipse is completely irrelevant. So, like, on the AoE, they're very close. Gladiator's advantage is that, well, first of all, they get a shield. So that might help. Second is they have Fight or Flight. Which is, I think, over, like, when you don't have very many options to, like, optimize what 3 actions you're getting into Berserk, Fight or Flight might be more potent, because you're just getting 8 Total Eclipses in. I think. Although your gear is going to be pretty bad, so your crit chance and your you won't have any directed chance, probably, possibly. Oh, maybe you would, but you're not gonna have very much. So Berserk is probably going to be pretty impactful, and I believe just like flat like baseline, Berserk relative to a normal hit, a crit direct hit, I believe is like 70% more damage. Like 3 of those. But that's of course assuming that the 3 hits you did weren't going to be randomly a crit or a direct hit. Naturally. Which you can make that assumption. It just adds a little bit of potential advantage when comparing to others. But that would mean that you'd get like... If you just went Berserk and then like 3 overpowers, you get like 2.1 extra overpowers out of the Berserk. Meanwhile, Fight or Flight and then just spamming Total Eclipse gives you 2 extra Total Eclipses worth of damage. But then it also boosts your auto attacks. So like that could matter a little bit. So like on that note, they're equal. Then Marauder has the advantage that the Berserk window is very tight. So it's very unlikely that you're missing out on any damage. Like just, you know, Berserk, bam, 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 done. While Fight or Flight is way more likely to like not be fully spent in AoE encounters. Another thing, and this is why I was like asking about Mithril Tempest and Storm's Eye, is that at level 50, well, straight up, Marauder or Warrior's 1-2-3 combo is just more potency than Gladiator and Paladins. Just the 1-2-3 combo straight is more potency per GCD. But Storm's Eye is a 10% boost to that. So now it's even better. So in a single target context, Marauder will probably win. Probably easily too. And then Storm's Path heals while Rage of Halone does nothing. So the big game changers are like Total Eclipse does slightly more damage than Overpower. Fight or Flight has more potential than Berserk. But Marauder has a lot more higher numbers. Like the moment you have the damage bonus going from Storm's Eye, Overpower beats Total Eclipse. But then Gladiator can block. The question is, how powerful is that? Because... oh, I believe that is torn from the heavens. How powerful is blocking? Because your shield is probably not going to be that great. Wait, is Holmgang a Marauder action? That's my emotional support super basic combo finisher. Yeah, Holmgang is going to be pretty huge. That probably beats blocking, yeah. It's also worth mentioning that your healer is going to be a Conjurer with Cure 1 and Medica 2. So, so the Holmgang is nice, but as Sav kind of put it, you're probably going to die after that. Like, you're probably just going to die after that. The Conjurer doesn't have the ability to help you or save you in that situation. It just doesn't. But yeah, on that note, I think the big problem with blocking is that if we assume that your shield is good, then the like the average power, or rather the normal power of blocking when you have an appropriate shield is 30% chance to block 20% damage. However, the worse your shield is, the worse both of these properties are, which means that your actual chance and value could be 10% chance to block 5% damage, depending on how recently you've gotten a new shield. So, on the other hand, the healing from Storm's Path also relies on how recently you got a new axe. But it is like a case of like double random, because you're relying on a block that you don't know how reliable is. So I would imagine that the optimal A Realm Reborn light party speedrun where the target is to beat Porter de Commander would be Marauder, Conjurer, Archer, Pugilist, with a close second being the same composition, swapping the Pugilist for an Arcanist, and the third place, very close third, would be instead swapping the Archer for the Arcanist. That is my suggestion. It's also possible that, like, equally, the switching the tank to be a gladiator is also probably an extremely close matchup. I imagine that it is a possibility that the power difference between some of these classes is small enough that there could be other factors that played in. For instance, I believe the length of the initial starting questline for MSQ I believe the starting questline is shortest for Gridania, which I believe people discovered in the context of the whole Conjurer thing, that not only does Conjurer not impede the clear speed of dungeons very much by being a Conjurer as opposed to a White Mage, not only does it get fast queue times, but it is in the starting zone with the shorter start. And yeah, Zav says, apparently starting in Limsa loses 5 to 10 minutes to everything else. Which, exactly, that could be it. Because if that means that if you have Marauder or Arcanist in your party composition, then that becomes a bottleneck. Then you just lose 5 to 10 minutes. Boom. Just like that. And that is I know it's still like a 13-hour speedrun, but that could mean that you're in that case, you go with Gladiator and Pugilist. So you don't have anyone in Limsa. I don't know, is Uldar the shortest? I've been told that Gridania is the shortest. And there would also be the benefit if you have Gladiator and Pugilist, then you also have Archer and Conjurer, that if there's any situation where these players could help each other, then they're already able to help each other there, instead of having to wait until the whole party, piles together. So that could be pretty huge. Gridania has one less quest than Uldar. Oh. Says, if you're going as pre-made, you look for the slowest. I think, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean by bottleneck. If Limsa takes longer than the other two, then having a class that starts in Limsa means that the whole starting section will take as long as Limsa takes. Just the other players can use that time for something else, but what are you going to do? Can you complete enough class quests that you can unlock something relevant in 5 to 10 minutes? Is there anything else you can do with that time? Are you allowed to do that? Like, I'm not entirely sure on how the rules are in that regard. I'm guessing that you can. Like, I'm pretty sure the main restrictions are that you have to do the group content and everything with the same party. So you can't really progress without the rest of the team progressing with you. That kind of deal. We have 5 to 10 minutes. Like, you might be able to do the level 5 and or 10 quest, I guess. If you're really fast, I'm not sure. But that's not enough. You need to get the level 15 quest. Otherwise, you've like accomplished basically nothing. Maybe you can clear like one of the Hall of the Novice tasks and get like a brand new item. Does stuff stop being Disciple of War magic at some point in AR? Not during the leveling process. But, you know, obviously job gear is job specific, I believe. I think Ironworks Magitech lists jobs and classes. Actually, it doesn't really matter whether it's Disciple of War magic, because even the level 100 stuff will list both the class and the job. But yeah, like that would probably make it. In that case, if Limsa is like distinctly shorter than, distinctly longer than the other starting zones, then assuming that the actual power difference between your options are as small as I am getting the impression that they are, then your only option is Gladiator, Conjurer, Pugilist, Archer, to specifically dodge having anyone from like starting in Limsa. Yeah, that's true, Rust. Relic gear is a bit like artifact gear, and I believe artifact gear usually requires that you're the job. Also, on that note, that funny thing about relic weapons where, like, to upgrade it to the next stage, you need, like, a lot of the time you need to be the appropriate job and have the relic on you, but not equipped. That's always fun. I think that you don't need to do that for the phantom weapons now, because there's just a vendor. I would like to buy that one. I want that upgrade. Which on the one hand, like, makes things easier. On the other hand, like, yeah, you need it for the quest one. Do you need to have it equipped? I'm pretty sure you don't need to have it equipped or even be the job. Sorry, I don't believe you have to be the appropriate job to buy your upgraded relic weapons for phantom jobs now. Also, hey Lune, hope you're doing well. I'm pretty sure you don't. But then again, I've only gotten 2. There is something funny about that, because it just being a vendor solves a lot of the weird minor issues in that regard. But at the same time, it also has this strange effect where it feels like doesn't it feel a bit strange to just go up and buy it? Like, it just, I want that one. Like, it's not too weird because, like, it still yoinks you into a cutscene and everything. Hey Lou, hope you're doing well. Are you sure, Luna? It sounds like others are saying that it isn't like that now. Do you have to be the appropriate job to upgrade your relics to step 2? Anyone else can add to that? Anyone else tested this? Yeah, the trick I've used, Rust, is that I have so many old relic weapons that I'll just grab a different relic weapon from my pile. Just to be clear, Lune, I mean after you've completed the well quest. For your second upgraded weapon, as in you have a relic for more than one job, and you're trying to upgrade it to step 2. You're trying to get them... this, for instance. Do you need to be a warrior to get this as your second relic? Like, I understand for specifically the first one, it sounds like it was like, yeah, you have to be specifically the job that you picked. But I feel like it was pretty clear that you can do whatever once you've gotten one. Also, collection of relics over here. And that's true, Ross. That is usually what the problem is that you have to hand them the weapon, so you can't have it equipped for some reason. The big question for me is... it's very confusing. Because it sounds like there's a mix of yes and no. I'm pretty sure there isn't a quest for getting extra weapon upgrades. I'm pretty sure it's just a vendor, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. The reason why I'm not sure is because just out of habit, I went over as warrior wielding a different weapon to be sure. Yeah, exactly, for proof. That's how I remember it as well. And then, after that point, it's just a vendor. And yeah, I agree, Lune. That's also what I'm saying is I'm pretty sure the first one, like when you picked up the quest, it's like, you're making a relic for the job you're currently playing. Are you sure? Like, yes. And then you can do the Etherwell stuff with whatever jobs you want. And then when you hand it in, it's like, the job you said. And there it matters. I just didn't run into the problem because I wasn't actually using the relic. How's it, Frauko? Hope you're doing well. And hey, Lollipop Pizza, hope you're doing well as well. As says, speaking of which, a person is complaining on the forums about their relic material vendor. I will say that it is not the most considerate naming convention to have the items you need be named Arcanite and Waxing Arcanite. Like, I don't know, just call it wax. I'll take that. We just wax up the Arcanite you already bought. Don't put the same name twice. Also, speaking of which, like, wow! The naming convention here. Stage 1 is Penumbrae. Step 2 is Umbrae. Wow. I hope that step 3 it'll just be Bray. And then on the final step it'll just be E. There's a capital E. Oh, that would be amazing. Exactly. Phantom Bardige E. Oh, okay, fantastic, Luna. I was actually sure that there was a cutscene. But fair enough. Maybe the cutscene is slightly different or something. So that it skips it after the second one or something. I don't know. Yannick says, I'm so glad to care so little for those details. Oh yeah, I'm like, it's just something where I'm like, that's quite wild that the difference is so small. The reason why it's even a problem, quote unquote, with the Arcanite thing is you open the vendor and you see Arcanite and Arcanite. Like, imagine, Yannick, before the convenience apocalypse of Palace of the Dead just like showering you with sustaining potions, that right next to sustaining potion on the vendor there was the sustaining portion, which costs the same thing but is not a potion. That would be really annoying and just unnecessary, right? Like, just why? Housing item sustaining partition. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I was thinking too, Betwellcon. Sustaining portion is a food buff. Although now that the Palace of the Dead drops so many sustaining potions, maybe that would be big. Just mega huge that you don't even need to bring food buffs. You just buy those. Dan says, to be fair, Penumbra versus Umbra does make sense if you know astronomy. That's fair. That's fair. It just looks funny, is all I'm saying. Look, sometimes I mention that I'm basically a comedian. And sometimes you have to exaggerate something that isn't really a problem to make the funnies. It would be really fun. Like, add to this, like, each following stage, you need a different kind of Arcanite. Maybe for the step 3, you need to buy 3 Arcaniting wax. Or maybe you need Arcanite, waxing Arcanite. Arcanist Arcanite. Arachnidite. Chewed up by Greylot's dog, Arcanite. Summonite Skull. I had to think about that one for a bit now. I mean, like, Arcanite. How does that relate with... Oh, Arcanist. Yeah, for step 4, you just buy an Arcanine. Just rides into, I don't know, breathe fire to make the upgrade. It makes your weapon fire type. Ironically, they make sure that the final trial is a fire creature, and it happens to be immune because your weapon is fire. For the first time. They make sure that both the savage weapons and the relic weapons and the tome weapons are all fire weapons. So that anyone going in with anything other than a crafted weapon or an augmented crafted weapon or a really old relic will be like, why can't I damage it? I don't understand. For the ones that just really want to be cursed. This stream from Screenings List guy gives them more cursed ideas. I have a feeling that if they actually took my cursed ideas to heart, then they would have done a lot more worse things. Like that one time where I suggested as a cursed change that they make all the Pictomancer motifs worse than just doing filler combos. And then 2 weeks later, that kinda almost happened. But why? Oh, just to be clear, Frauko, that was contained in a video of me specifically suggesting cursed changes for the lols. Like, every job got a suggestion that was something that either just ruined the job or was like, I mean, technically it's a buff, but it really sucks to play. Those kind of things. Thank you, Aridil. It'd be interesting if they added a jumping puzzle phase in the middle of a savage fight. Imagine Don Meg Unreal or something. It's straight up just a Don Meg dungeon. The final boss. Oh, that would be funny. And obviously there's that mechanic with the awkward ribbon bridge will have to happen multiple times with different shapes of bridges. And because it's, you know, a hard duty, you have to hurry to make it. Hey Jiriki, hope you're doing well. We do the hippity hoppity in the Necron fight. Oh. Isn't that just a new deep dungeon we get soon? I don't think so. The reason why I said don't make Unreal or something is because, well, we don't have any cases where like a dungeon became like an extra hard one. And I don't think that has anything to do with deep dungeons. Cursed Savage mechanics. Well, I have thought of cursed mechanics already. The funny thing is, that if you actually came up with a truly cursed Savage mechanic, the response would be, oh yeah, well, people will just use third-party tools to trivialize that. Like that's usually how it goes. Is if something is too mean, quote unquote, then people will just find a way. Like they'll just use a tool. So it's better to not make a mechanic that is so evil that people feel like they have to do that. Even like that's also, I think that's also part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV can run a little bit into like a wall in regards to how complicated they can make mechanics, because they have to hit the sweet spot between too easy and so hard that people will use tools to solve it, which means that they're basically just going, yeah, I'm not doing that. Frauko says something half the raid sees the mechanic, but the other half that can't see it are the ones who can resolve it. Yeah, that one is an interesting one. I can... Well, the difficult part is if it actually randomly, like completely randomly, chooses who can or cannot see what. Then that could be resolved by the entire full party, just everyone streaming their screen. The moment the mechanic is far enough along that you can see who's who, the ones that can't see just connect to someone who can and look and see what they see. And on the one hand, that's a really boring solution, isn't it? On the other hand, you can probably see how any other solution will just be absolute chaos. They would also need to make the mechanic doable for console players, but I don't know how hard playing on a controller is. Playing on a controller is, to my knowledge, easy enough that there isn't such a thing as you being able to see a pass and then be like, well, that one has to be on keyboard because a controller couldn't do that well. If you saw the actual footage, you would be able to tell because you'd be able to see their UI. But if you saw someone play, like actually saw someone play, like as someone onlooking at the player, you would be able to tell potentially that they are on a controller, because they would more frequently, well, you know, skill issue to some degree, but they would more frequently randomly incorporate walking into their movement. Potentially. Because analog sticks, the shorter movement might allow you to, like, actually walk. Whereas on PC, or well, on a keyboard, you have to actively click a button to do that, and you're not gonna do that. Like, you're not gonna do that at random. Another telltale sign can be that the player will probably move in more, like, nicely curved lines, whereas a keyboard player is more likely to, you know, especially if they play on legacy controls. A keyboard player on legacy controls will very likely move in exactly 8 directions most of the time. Like, they'll do the because they just, you know, they do this. But you do have to, you know, look closely to be able to tell, like, you know, this apart from this. It's like there's a lot of things. But as far as I know, there are things that are going to be harder on a controller, but it doesn't mean you can't do it. As Ocean says here, by the way, hope you're doing well. The two best scholars I've met were controller players. So if you're good, then it doesn't matter that you have this sort of weakness, quote unquote. Like the main point where I've seen controller players bring up issues is in regards to targeting very specific people. In a party list, if you just, you know, get good, then you can just, you know, and then like find the person, heal them really quickly. You just have to, you know, get really good at doing that really quickly. But the point where I've seen people say that it's a more of an issue is in frontline, for instance. PvP frontline. Essentially, on a controller, let's say that you're in a frontline situation. How would you target Naomi? Assuming that they're hostile. So like if you spam tab, you would go like on a keyboard, you go ding, 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 like through the list. Or, you know, out, depending on what your setting is. I believe controllers deal with the same thing. But that means, like, on a mouse and keyboard, I could just go, well, I actually want to target specifically Naomi, so I'll just target Naomi. Whereas, if you're on a controller, I believe you would have to go tap, 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 tap until you find Naomi, which can be really chaotic with all the people moving around, so you might actually have difficulty targeting the exact person you need. And then it's a front line, so it's not like 7 or 8 people in your way, it's 20. Jose, Michaela, hope you're doing well. And hey, Matthew, hope you're doing well as well. Have enough lag where people can't even tell the difference? Yeah, that's also a move. The smoke screen of lag. Okay, so some of the best fighting game players play on arcade sticks as opposed to keyboard-esque controllers and win world tournaments, even though they objectively have a handicap as they need more MS to move around the stick as opposed to just clicking a button. But yeah, I actually thought that the optimal setup was, you know, an arcade stick situation because of how often that happens. And also true, Raiden. While I can be like, yeah, well, on a mouse and keyboard, I can just be like, ding, and target Naomi. It's very convenient that Naomi's name is a little taller than everyone else, right? What if I wanted to target Tina? What if I wanted to target Tina Lee here? I know there's a lot of minions here, but they could just as well be like other players swarming around. I have to like click here to target Tina Lee. And if I need to target specifically Tina Lee, there's a very real possibility that Tina Lee is you know, low HP running away. Which means that like the area I need to press to target that person is shrinking as I'm approaching. And my opportunity to do whatever it is that I need to do is also shrinking. Like I have to hurry to get them. So yeah, it's like essentially the specific context wherein controller targeting is the worst is like also a situation where it's like, yeah, but like mouse and keyboard targeting is also kind of bad. So it's like it's a contest where everyone sucks, but one of them sucks a little less. That's it. I was like, gambler, hope you're doing well. Says, I wish it was like WoW and you could click the name. Oh, that would be convenient. But can't you do that? Looks like you can. Let me test something. Yeah, you can. Absolutely you can. I might have just discovered something. Yeah, so it's a long time since I've mentioned this, but part of the reason why I basically always play with names in full, and I specifically shorten them to initials when we're doing mentor stuff, is because, first of all, I feel like I'm basically blind to who's who if it's just initials. Like, I believe recently, on a mentor roulette stream, I landed in a Freed Extreme with Ilana, and I acknowledged that's Ilana, and like 1 minute later, in the actual fight, I was like, it looks like our Sage knows what to do about the Searing Winds mechanic. The Sage, who was Ilana. But because all I could see was EC, my brain was like, I don't know who that is. So that's one reason why I prefer to have the names in full, because I straight up don't notice otherwise. Another reason, which is more of like a subtle detail that I've never realized before, is that it makes players bigger. It essentially makes them wider because you can target the name itself. You can just click the name. Which is actually, I never realized. I never realized that before. That's pretty interesting tech. And also that, Naomi, clicking a stationary target is also a lot easier than a moving one. Which is also the reason why, if you're in danger of dying in frontline and you're running away, don't run in a predictable way. And if you can hide in a crowd, even better. Michaela says, also speaking of PvP, Crystalline Conflict is legit fun. Everyone should give it a try. It is fun. It is fun. But here's a funny story. For Season 2 of Crystalline Conflict, I actually streamed progging it like once a week on this channel. Like, if you go far enough back in the live stream archives, you'll find it. But the last time I did, I sat in queue for over 30 minutes. And then I gave up, because that's not very entertaining to watch. I was like, I'm not gonna stream that. And then we did Frontline for the rest of the evening, because that's at least PvP. And then for the following streams, I just streamed doing Frontline, because at least that popped. And I haven't been back since, pretty much. And thank you, Eridel. As I am you. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to get people to play it so I don't have to wait in queue. Yeah, that also helps. But that is the reason why I stopped. It's because I just couldn't. Maybe a Crystalline Conflict and Tea Time stream next time? I mean, I could do a PvP stream. A part of the problem with the whole PvP scene in Final Fantasy XIV is that the community of PvPers is, to my knowledge, so small that, like, you have to really be dedicated to the craft. Muses and JP, the DC for Crystalline Conflict rotates. It does so everywhere, except OCE. Raiden says Crystalline Conflict has 0 incentives. That's the issue. I mean, I think the problem is more so that the incentives are very, very distant. Because what you get after a season is, you know, portraits based on the ranks you did achieve. But for the most part, people don't care about that. Like, if you have the bronze one, then you don't need it for multiple seasons, right? Who cares? And the rewards for spamming Crystalline Conflict is, you know, trophy crystals and wolf marks, and there's a very high chance that you have everything already. And then the other reward, I believe, is if you rank particularly high, you get, like, currency to buy glowing versions of the wolf color weapons. But that basically means that it's like a yes-no switch, where it's like, are you really good at Crystalline Conflict? Then there is maybe a reason to do it for that reward, if you care about those glams. Otherwise, there isn't. And turns out, if you are not interested, then you're not going to get good at it. If you're not good at it, then there's no incentive. Like, that's basically like 1-2 punch of why probably a lot of people don't even try. Is that a little bit more incentive would be nice. I'll say Frost, hope you're doing well. And yeah, I'm just saying, I think I've also suggested this myself before. Make this menu, this Duty Finder menu itself, longer, like taller, so that this thing in this menu doesn't need to be there. Just this gone. Because anything that falls below this has a chance of not being seen. This gone, this longer, this being longer makes this unnecessary. Then, with this new acquired space, Crystalline Conflict daily. Boom. That would be my suggestion. Also, by the way, while we're at it, Rival Wings daily. You don't need to make it longer even, just remove the headers. I mean, if you remove this and this, then they look like it if they removed these headers, then Frontline might even be able to, like, oh, what? By the way, what is happening over here? I guess it is late. And if they remove the headers, then Frontline would more easily be able to sneak in amongst the others, and then you would also have space for 2 more things. Muses, is Scholar a good job for Crystalline Conflict? Yes. As Ham says, all the jobs are fine in Crystalline Conflict. I think the main thing that can make a job good or bad is maybe more so the meta or general skill. Some jobs might rely more on their party than others. Like, I remember that my observation was that in lower ranked tiers, so like down in like bronze, silver and such, playing jobs that relied on team support, which I... By the way, 1 second. Here we go. By the way, no, that's not what I was saying. Jobs that rely more on team support and are less capable of single-handedly carrying a group. Or, you know, at least carrying themselves. Like, just... are weaker in lower ranks because, well, no one's going to support you. They might not even know or realize that you need it. But as you get to higher ranks, this becomes less of a problem. Possibly. But then there's a whole different problem. You're ranked, I don't know, platinum or diamond with a more selfish job. Now, if you switch to one of those more, like, support-reliant jobs, you don't know how to play that. Hey, Baron, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that sounds about right. It's just like the meta rating compositions. Kind of like how selfish jobs rank higher in extremes than savage. Yeah, that also makes sense. Anyway, I will be right back, and then we also have a bunch of clips. In the meantime, mana tea restored. Alright, I'm back. But yeah, Mew to that. Ultimately, what it comes down to is like playing to the strengths and weaknesses of the job you choose, because Crystalline Conflict is balanced, or rather, all the PvP jobs are balanced around Crystalline Conflict. So it's like, if the job is actually weak in Crystalline Conflict, then it will probably receive buffs. Like, you can basically see, if you check the patch notes, the jobs that are pretty strong get nerfed. Like, a really funny one, Thomas says, how toxic is the PvP in Final Fantasy XIV? Well, I mean, in ranked PvP, you cannot talk to the enemy team. You can't even talk to your team. You can only use, like, pre-made messages. And it is technically reportable to do things like teabagging and so on, so people generally don't do it. And when people have used specific talk, like pre-made message options to be toxic, they have changed or removed them. So there isn't really that much ability to be toxic in Crystalline Conflict. Over in Frontline, on the other hand, your team can sometimes include a jerk. But then, you know, you can report them. And that's also true, Parent. Pre-made messages don't really stop toxicity. But it's very, very easy. Like, if someone is spamming an automated message, it's very easy. It's a very easy report. And if someone is spamming markers on you, I believe that also goes in the chat log, so also a very easy report. Raiden says, you mean every time there's at least one? Not on my teams. Not in my teams. And that's also pretty funny. They specifically made it so they can't use the good game option before the match is over, because people were using it to be like, ah, oh, GG, we already lost. I know, Raiden. I know, Raiden. Raiden, if you paid attention, you would have noticed that I said I've basically not done Crystalline Conflict since Season 2. So the only place my matches could be would be Frontline. But yeah, generally it's not that toxic, at least not in Crystalline Conflict. I don't know how Frontline looks in NA or outside EU, but I don't see that many being super toxic. And says Crystalline Conflict has dismal GM support for reports, so it's generally easy to tag the community managers on social media to get any actionable reports resolved. Well, I guess that's more so in relation to cheating, isn't it? Anyway, I refuse to be distracted any longer. So in regards to clips, also hey Nox, hope you're doing well. In regards to clips, we still have the funny "This is Hyperborea" clip from Shaq that is meant to be where we're looking at Nox. We have Galsilin Tower at Paradigm's Breach as Black Mage. We have Ham in Crystalline Conflict. We should probably start with this one, but I'm still listing everything. Then we have Emir in Underkeep as Black Mage. And then we have Nox finding a Black Mage with a very interesting rotation. It's a mentor as well. This is going to be amazing. We have Zavs. This is a blind M6S clear, isn't it, Zav? And then finally we have Cat playing Stranger of Paradise. That'll be fun. I get to see someone else playing it a little bit. We've been playing Stranger of Paradise a few times on stream on the channel, so this would be from a perspective of someone who's clearing the game for the first time. But we should start with this. I feel like this is very fitting because we were just talking about Crystalline Conflict. Didn't we have the Black Mage one before? Did we have this one? I feel like it was a different one. Did we have this one before? Does anyone remember? The Stormblood dungeon one. I don't believe so. Because this one is after, like, I usually note where the cutoff point of where the most recent ones I've seen are with a thumbs up, and this was, I believe, after the thumbs up. I mean, we'll figure it out if it is the same one. Noxus, that was a Pictomancer. Fantastic. Fantastic. Anyway, we have a ham clip of crystalline conflict from the point of view of Pictomancer, by the way. You know, I was actually... I forgot to mention this, but I was going to talk about this. Then I went BRB. A few weeks ago, I participated in this Twitch stream of... in association with the PvP Princess having a community having this event. And I was one of the shoutcasters for one of those streams. And in that stream, there was this whole thing about like, oh yeah, Viper's scales and backlash is crazy OP. The insane healing because it has a 100% like lifesteal percentage. And then 7.31 happening like a few days later, it was cut to 50%. Like it was so perfect that it was like, yeah, this thing is OP, and then it gets nerfed. Like immediately. See, I didn't know, because I don't do Crystalline Conflict. Mew, the way they usually nerf a job that is overperforming in frontline is that they tune on the passive damage up and downs. Frontline. Like some jobs straight up just have an innate damage nerf in frontline. You can't see it in game, but it is in the patch notes. So if they meant to nerf Scholar because of something in frontline, they would have just tuned that. Okay, this is I don't get how Reaper's supposed to work. Well, I remember in Season 1 that Reaper, there was like one Reaper in the top like 100. And basically no one played Reaper. Oh, that's spooky. That's a good start. You got the... Well, that's not a good start for you. Getting flipped. So a little funny thing about Pictomancer relative to how it works in PvE is that, first of all, it only has one motif. It just has Pom Muse. And, you know, the rest. In addition to that, Mark of the Ages and Retribution of Madine are GCDs. Oh, wow. Hey, Jingo. Hope you're doing well. Is Pom Muse also GCD? But when you use Smudge, it removes the cast time of motifs, which is all like the cast time is already shorter, but incentivizing you to use your movement ability even more. Now, it does look like Pom Muse is not a GCD. Each of the muses also has a side effect. For instance, I believe Pom Muse increases your damage and healing output by 20% or something like that for 10 seconds. Oh, nice. Oh, that's scary. It's a 20% buff. In addition to that, the timing of effects in PvP, since, like, Dawntrail, Jinko says, does level matter in PvP at all? No, when you enter a PvP zone, you just get a normalized stat line that all of that job have. It matters 0. You can go into PvP at level 30. You just need a job. And an active subscription. But yeah, the mechanically, the timing of actions and effects in PvP is way different than PvE, especially since Dawntrail. The way that they're different is basically that in PvE, when you initiate an action, that is the moment where it snapshots. Like, if you start casting something, when the cast is finished, that's where it snapshots and says, oh, you're casting this thing, and it'll be like, well, you have this damage buff. But in PvP, it's basically when the attack lands that it snapshots anything. Which means that you can do things like use an attack or an action that gives you a buff, then use another attack. And because that other attack lands faster, that other attack will benefit from the damage buff. No, sorry. Let me get the order right. You use a slow landing attack. Oh, that's a... Wait, what happened there? You use a slow landing attack, then the damage buff, and the buff will still work. Because the damage buff appeared before the damage landed. It's really strange. And sometimes leads to unexpected circumstances. And also, as Ham said, in PvP, the tooltips say exactly the damage of an action. And I believe originally you could play PvP without a subscription, like you could as a free trial player. But at some point they changed it because there were too many people using that feature to be a jerk. Is anyone surprised by that? Probably not. Oh no! Just sneaking out of the stage circle. Oh man. Oliver Peter says, I need to be employed and 30? Yeah, this is not a game for youngsters, you see. You know, Michaela, when I did in Season 1 of Crystalline Conflict, I got the Crystal rank basically one-tricking Red Mage. So I get that, although Red Mage has changed substantially in PvP since Season 1. Oh, nice. There's also the extra detail that Pictoman says, oh, that's a lot of buffs. How does the data center rotation work for Crystalline Conflict? I believe it's just like rotating in a sequence, but we haven't seen enough enough new seasons to be sure. But usually it's on one specific data center for the whole season. But when I say usually, we've had like 2 seasons like that, I believe. So, the way Crystalline Conflict works, like the actual game mode, is that you're pushing the crystal, of course, which is only happening if you're the only one that has players on the crystal. I believe you can progress the checkpoints if you just have more people on the crystal than the other team. But what really matters is how far you've pushed yours. When the timer ends and goes into overtime, that is because the losing team has people on the crystal. Or alternatively, because it's actually a draw. But there are people on the crystal. It's like it's about to push. But if you are the losing team and it goes into overtime, the game ends within 3 seconds if you don't keep a person on the crystal. Which means, as Ham explained here in the texts and such, the reason why Ham just hung out nearby and just attacked people on the crystal is exactly because any melees on the crystal can't reach him from there, and they can't leave the crystal, so you can just sit there and bully them. But that's basically it. It just becomes a corpse run game. In a way, yes. Usually when it comes down to that, if your opponent... If you're the only team doing that... By the way, nice. If you're the only team doing corpse runs, then you're probably going to lose. Because the other team can, just set up camp, just pull out their, like lawn chairs and just wait for you. And that just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And usually means that unless you do something completely unexpected... Ham? Is all of this to make sure we couldn't see that the game was ending, or what's going on here? Wow, the dedication to the craft. But, hey! Very nice. Very, very nice. Thank you, Ham. But I will say, I think a large part of the reason why PvP has, so few people is because... Well, Final Fantasy is not exactly a franchise that is known for its PvP. So, players are less likely to be interested in that. And then on top of that, the game is making an extremely low effort to actually make you aware that it exists. If I recall correctly, just to, from nothing, unlocking frontline or crystalline conflict requires that you speak with a specific person at your grand company twice, and then you have to visit Wolf's Den Pierre and talk with them there. It's kind of hidden away. They're not making it very easy to get into it. So it's a game mode that is already not super popular, and the devs are making basically no effort to help alleviate that. And then, that doesn't help. But I will say, if you thought that looked interesting, give it a try. The worst that can happen is that you lose. That is the worst that can happen. And if someone is a jerk about it, well, then you have to report them, of course. And then, well... usually people don't bother to hit you up in the DMs to tell you that you're bad, because that's at that point it's not even a PvP report anymore. It's just a person being a jerk report. And as far as I know, they usually go through pretty quick. I say, Eyelid, And Curious, hope you're doing well. And that's awesome, Curious. If you think Aura's awesome, more precisely. I just thought the idea of 10 minutes of black screen is funny. It is pretty funny. Actually, personally, when I saw the length of the video ham, I assumed you had put 2 matches in there. And I was going to sit through both matches. I was going to watch them. But then you only gave me 1. See, that would be the true Galaxy brain hiding the timer. You did, like, there's just 2 matches. Michaela, the smart strategy is just remember magic. It's just magic. Next, I'm guessing we won't need to see this whole clip to figure out how interesting this black mage rotation is, but now I am curious. Well, the thing is, Jingo, all of the PvP, like all of the jobs in PvP are completely different from their PvE counterparts. Like, Dark Knight uses HP to attack. Finally found a way in. Oh, right. Like, let's see that's... Wait, what's happening there? Thunder? Right, 3? Yep, sure. With... Okay, so no Umbral Soul was used. What? Huh? By the way, guys, Mensa Crown. What is going on? So the rotation they've decided on is maintain Thunder, Fire 3, Flare, Blizzard 3, Blizzard 1. Repeat. The saddest part is if they just replace... Like, they would do more damage if they just replaced the Blizzard 1 with the Blizzard 4. Like, just... It wouldn't change anything else. But they would do more damage. They would, like... They would have excess MP, so they could use Flare twice. But, like, if they just changed the Blizzard 1 to 4, that would actually be a significant improvement already. They just went past the Sage and Enmity. Oh boy. That is, and they are using ley lines to, like, why? Why? That is mega cursed. Extremely cursed. Why? Recently I had a run in Aether Font with a black mage that I am 100% certain regularly used Scathe. And I'm pretty sure they did better than that. What do we call that black mage rotation? Flawed flare mage? I think that one goes in the why category. Like it's not even like it's correct in no circumstances. It's just how did you arrive at that? I don't even think it qualifies as Ice Mage because they're not using Blizzard 4. And the weirder part, Jingo, is like this person should have Fire 4 and Blizzard 4. Is Blizzard 4 something you unlock from job quests? Yes, Fire 4 is too, but the guy had ley lines, which is also unlocked by job quests. And so is Flare. While we're on the topic. But I guess it's possible that their last job quest was the ley lines one. Jose Darth JF, hope you're doing well. But that is that is what we call very cursed. An ice mage isn't contractually obligated to use their strongest ice magic. Fair. How about we check out Zav's M6S a blind clear then? It actually, is Zav still here? By the way, Machinist. And also double mage comp. Zav, are you there? No worries. Two melees, monk and red mage. Well, we have come to the conclusion that for some of the bosses in this raid tier, letting red mage be one of the melees is actually pretty huge. ARC, hope you're doing well. Nox says it's important for other people to document weird rotations so we can confirm that it's not just Kai that gets all the weird rotation stuff. Good point. I do find, I do want to reiterate that I have ran into this situation of people saying that I'm making it up when I talk about those crazy wacky rotations that sometimes can come up, like, you know, like Ice Mage. People are like, that doesn't exist. No one would do that. Oh, you have my position. Fantastic. We normally have a Dragoon, but they couldn't make it that day, so we have a Black Mage sub. Oh, okay. In fact, you have a Black Mage dob. Eh? Yeah, no music, no voiceover voice lines. Well. Yours isn't a typical mage position? No, usually R2 is the mage spot. That is really funny because it messes with a lot of people when they haven't seen our Savage streams before, because it's like, wait, you're a mage though, why are you in that spot? And then like they see that there's also a red mage. There's a shader. Hope you're doing well. I've seen a men's of the doing an Ice Mage rotation recently, but only on AoE. Was it at max level, shader? Or shatter? I'm not sure. Because there is actually a very specific level range where a somewhat cursed semi-Ice Mage rotation is optimal for AoE specifically. Walker's Armor. Okay, well then there they don't have an excuse. Go in the pun corner. All right. Wait, which corner's that? Is it over here? Hi guys. Hi guys. Is this the pun corner? No. Like I'll go over to the other side again. I'm just double checking, Zap. This was a blind prog? Or just a prog? It was a blind prog. That is actually amazing. Like, it is impressive how many things that are like... I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm specifically thinking... Because we had something similar when we did EX3, where we figured out ways that the party finder's style was, like, by a random guess. What's up, Matthew? It's not exactly the same, but it's close enough. Mew, blind as in you didn't look up a guide or anything. And also just to be clear, Mew, quote unquote blind as in it's fresh is a misnomer, I think. That's not what blind means. If you haven't progged it yet, then you're just starting from start. Oh, sorry, Matthew. Also, welcome back, Bronzo. But yeah, there is a very, very common... Yeah, exactly, Mew. Exactly. That's what I said. Blind means no guides. But here's the trick, Mew. If you haven't looked up any guides, but it's day 2 of prog, then you're still blind to the parts you haven't seen yet. So blind can still mean no guide. And we would call it fresh or from start or whatever. We would not use the word blind unless there isn't a guide. However, a very common misunderstanding, at least in the West, is people saying in party finder listings, blind from start, watch a guide in the description. It's like, do you want to make sure that I'm watching the guide now, or what's going on here? That's the Ether special description. I particularly like that two individuals said basically exactly that in the same instant. Silikai, they mean blindfolded. Ah, how would you watch a guide then? Are you meant to put on the blindfold after watching the guide? Please be blindfolded when you're watching the guide. In that case, they should have just said, yeah, exactly, Matthew. Then they should have just said, listen to a guide. But that is, Saros, that is also one pet peeve that I have. And the thing is, I don't really do it in doing like blind proc very much, especially not in Party Finder. So it's not really something that would hit me, like it wouldn't cause problem for me. But I'd still find it insanely, like I still find it very aggravating. I watch the stream, not the guide, so it's blind. Oh, that's also a good one, Ocean. Now that's the Giga Brain when they say from start blind, please watch a guide. You just watch a different guide, like just a completely different guide. And then when they're like, did you watch a guide? Did you watch a guide? And you're like, yeah, I did. And then like they do a few pulls and they're like, why does it look like you have no idea what you're doing? It's like, well, I didn't watch this guide. You said it was blind. Oh man! Whoa! Wow! That's amazing! Mia says you can take the stack solo with enough shield. Yeah, but then that would lose damage for the healer. Why would you do that? Oh, like that? That's what you meant. Yeah, sometimes I think I get one of the stack hits alone. As a black mage. The fact that you also need to take 4 of them in a row also is like the reason why you don't want to take all of that. Why you don't want to take them alone is because 4 of them probably will kill you. Parent says, I think this is just a result of terminology disconnect. I assume they mean fresh, but blind might be the more familiar term for them than fresh. Very likely. Very likely. But it is funny that this is still a problem, considering how frequently we exactly run into the situation of people going, that's not what blind means. Which gives the, like, at some point, surely people might start to learn that, oh, right. Like, at the very least, surely there would start to be a connection where they're like, well, there is this thing about people using blind wrong. But I like, it's the same thing as people being baffled that there are people in the year 2025 queuing for extremes. And also, well done, Zav. I will say, I'm impressed by how close to the strat we use your blind proc strat was. I'm not saying that, what? You made it that similar to the actual strats people use? You're cheating. Not. Like, literally, for EX3, we basically managed to come up with strategies that were like 99% what Party Finder does. So it's perfectly believable that that happens. Raging Bull says M6S tends to kind of have a linear strat solution. It's still funny because the absolute chaos of the ad phase would tell me that surely there would be more than one way. But then again, the strictness of how you handle each ad really locks down. Like, the only thing that really can vary is what order you kill things in, I guess. And don't worry about it, Nomi. It was one observation. Raging Bull says, when I did EX3 blind day 1, someone decided it would be a good idea to spoil us on the 2 faces since they were watching a streamer. That is the reason why this misunderstanding and disconnect in what blind means is a problem. Because the ones that know what blind means and then, you know, does it correctly, quote unquote, like, it takes one person that didn't get the memo to ruin the fun for everyone else. It just takes one. Like, it's such a precarious situation. Granted, someone being like, oh, by the way, there's an ice phase. Or, by the way, there's a phase 2 in EX3. Sorry if you were blind to EX3, but, like, those things are like, I don't know, for me, we happened to learn that in our blind proc as well, just because it was unavoidable. Like, we had logs, and the logs were like, this is how well you did in phase 1. So, like, it's annoying, but some things are like, it's small enough that it's like, bruh, that's annoying, but okay. But the exactly that Raging Bull is like, that bit is like, okay, but don't tell us how to do it. Now, Tuham, you could have just seen some of these things by, like, scrolling through the groups, like, looking for other blind proc parties. Like, you're going to see it. But on day 1, I could see that there's slightly more expectation that maybe you wouldn't know. Gazel says, in order to self-defend, you could put up a party finder with blind proc, do not watch a guide. But then people might think it's okay to watch if not specifically written. Or, Gazel, even worse is that I believe the people that, like, I don't know how many, like, the thing is, you know, grain of salt and all that, it's not everyone, but a lot of players in Party Finder do not read the Party Finder descriptions. At least not beyond reading the proc point or something. Like, if that's what they need. They don't read the rest. I want to remind you all that sometime, I believe it was sometime in Endwalker, a patch added a feature where when you join a Party Finder group, it prints the Party Finder description in your chat log, assuming you haven't turned off those system messages, to try and combat this problem, that people don't read it. And it didn't do anything. People don't read that either. No, I know it still does that. My point is, it didn't in A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, or Shadowbringers. It is a feature that was added at some point to combat the problem that people don't. Like, the devs recognize that this is a problem. Oh yeah, that's a good one, Naomi. We had one where it was like, a person joined our EX1 farm, and they didn't even bat an eye when the EX1 duty pop appeared. They commented, wait, wasn't this an EX2 farm? I'm pretty sure the party description said something about Conga Line. And we're like, no it didn't, and no it isn't. And also, like, Why didn't you click no when the duty pop appeared? And clearly wasn't EX2. I'll say, okay, hope you're doing well. It sounds like you're not. Best welcome says, this is why I've seen party finders with, say, beans in chat if you read this. That's actually a pretty good one. I have actually for some videos where where I'm concerned that people would like jump into the comment section early, I have considered like halfway through the video just put a, if you watched this far, make sure to put, I don't know, beans in your comment. Because sometimes there are topics where people will jump into the comments and, you know, respond with hyperbole or extreme aggression like 2 minutes into the video. Because I said something that they found extremely offensive. But if they had paid attention for 4 minutes, they would have known that I would have come back to that, and then they would have been fine again. I haven't done this yet, but I have considered it. It would be really funny. Also, hey, Haunted Mask. And P-Fox. Hope you're doing well. Oh, also, how about we do that next? We had some Stranger of Paradise from Cat. Are you still here, Cat? Are you still there? You're still here, fantastic. Parent says, sometimes I join a party and then look at the party finder description. 99 out of 100 times, it's fine. Yeah. And that's the thing. Most players probably do it, but sometimes there's just that one guy, and because you are 8 players, if you're like a full party finder, if 10%, just 10% of players don't read the party finder description, then on average, you will see about one person in every party finder group that will not read the party finder description. So unless whatever you're saying in the party finder description is super generic and it doesn't matter if someone read it, you will run into them frequently. So quick recap. A little bit on the side in a stream series, we're playing through Stranger of Paradise on the channel, and I did actually say I would love to see how other people are playing through the game. Cat has not played the game before, but is playing on the hardest difficulty and without companions the same way that I play through it. So that might be interesting to see. Just to see a comparison about how other people play the game as opposed to how I play the game. And the first thing we have is a match with the Black Knight, a samurai. So, real quick summary. Samurai's special ability makes your Shisui increases your parry windows. And the special thing about the katana is that it has this like, I called it the weed flurry, which has parry frames in it. Which means that Samurai is able to utilize that better. I've been told by Cat that the Samurai with that is really, really funny. I'm also surprised you did. I'm guessing the reason you didn't do the soul parry thing for the trample is because you mentioned you weren't too familiar with that. Oh. Which ability is the parry flurry one? If you hold light attack, so basically if you charged attack from a standing position, you go into like this mode where you hold your katana out. If you then press light attacks from there, you do this like thing, and there are parry frames in there somewhere. you can also just use a combo finisher from that spot if you want. And if you spam your the combo finisher button, you will just spam combo finishers. And I can see what Cat is doing here is using the specific combo finisher that puts you in that state to overcome the problem of otherwise having to like stand there to go into the mode. What I find interesting about it is you could also just put Garo after your first light attack. I believe that's how people usually do it. Nice! Oh, you almost had him. Drop level up in the middle of a fight. You get XP for beating the phase 1. Very nice. Well, mostly nice. Your position unfortunately meant you didn't get all of the phantoms, but maybe we can fix that in post. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's not see the... Let's not spiral. Oh, that is a scary amount of HP to just all in on. How did he not hit you there? You almost got it. You like the phantoms just waste time? Yeah, pretty much. Like, assuming that you can block and parry well enough, then them existing means that there's just no point in like fighting very much until they're gone, and they disappear after a while. So just waiting them out is a winning strategy. The only other thing you can really do about it is like deal with them to get through it faster if you're in a hurry. Nice. Zelly's A Stranger of Paradise is 60% off on Steam. Oh! That... And then we have some more samurai a bit later. Oh, let me just see. What did you do there? Inconvenient because you just bought it, but convenient because for those that see it now. Yeah, that was what I was going to suggest. Garo on the light attack. Yeah, this is where I would send this sponsored link if we had one. Yep. And just what a fighting uniform. So, pro strats, guys. In Stranger of Paradise, you can choose to glam to look like one of your companions. If you do that, you will glam to look like the equipment they are wearing. Which means, by playing as one of the other characters, you can use their gear slots as glam slots. Whereas if you're playing as Jack, I think there's a way to glam things, but it's a lot more involved and complicated. So it's way easy to just play dress up with anyone else and then just play as them. shirtless run. Hey, Bricktoll, hope you're doing well. And we have Tiamat. The Samurai again. Which is level 30 now. It was level 29 before. Oh. Ire of Dragons is a counter-attack. So if you actually hit Tiamat during that, they hit back real hard. Oh, nice. Oh, that was close. Jirki says, which game is this? This is Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins. Which is on Steam. And apparently on sale. Oof. Yeah, I was just looking for that. Like, oh, that looks like you're almost there. And full heal. Where's the character's HP? I'm hiding it with my face. That's the reason why I'm somewhere else. I don't have a good camera position. I can come over to you guys, but then you can't see the samurai thing in the bottom right. You don't have any more potions. You don't have any more MP. And one hit means death. And you don't have any more break gauge. I mean... Yeah, time to lock in. Nothing left at all. So I'm imagining that you already know this, Cat. But a tip from me on this, which is something you like, I'm assuming you might have done it partly for the bit, but actually, let me just come back here. Pro tip. The break gauge between the two jobs you have equipped are separate. So if you're really low on break gauge, switch to your other job. If your other job is something that you distinctly do not want to switch to, then your other job is a bad pick and you should change it. In the first clip, you were using Lancer as your secondary. On the second one, I believe you were using Red Mage. Incidentally, neither of those can use katana, so that might have been very confusing. But that would be my tip. Cat says I was considering wearing Samurai twice. You could do that. I actually addressed this in the most recent Stranger of Paradise stream, I believe. Equipping a job as one of your two gives you like an innate 30% affinity for that job, which small amount of extra stats. It's a small amount. But equipping two of the same job doesn't give you 60%. So the game kind of gives you like a light nudge to not do that. Okay, enjoy your night. By making sure that you get like a small punishment for doubling down on one job. My suggestion, if you want to use a specific weapon, is to have two jobs with the same weapon. But if you're going all in on Samurai, the stat loss from stacking a specific job is extremely small. So do that. Like, that would have been better than having a secondary job that you're just not using. Another thing which I think you got better about for the Tiamat fight is you should soul parry more. Specifically attacks that, like magic attacks, really good idea to soul parry those. because you take damage from those when you block them, unless you parry them. While the soul parry, it's not called soul parrying, I don't believe, but I call it that because it's related to the soul burst, and it auto parries anything that you happen to use it for. So it's the easy mode, essentially. It comes with the weakness of spending your break gauge, but if you make smarter use of switching between your two jobs, it doesn't matter. But aside from that, that looked really good. You know, based on how much you were hyping up Samurai, I was a little bit concerned that you were going to just completely decimate these jobs, and I'd be like, well, I guess I suck at this game, apparently. But I'm really bad at katana myself. Maybe I'll remember to actually record a boss fight for next time. Maybe. Comparing our Tiamat clears was fun. Me just completely memeing on Tiamat with Void Knight. Me using specifically the cheese strat just to show you how it's done. But thank you for sharing. Right. I see Gazel is here, so should we do that one? "30 minutes and you skipped some of it. Wow. Thunder on both? Yeah, that works. That's actually not a bad move. Something interesting that is worth mentioning in that is that for some reason Thunder is surprisingly weak before you get High Thunder. It's not bad, just to be clear. But Thunder 3 in full is 570 potency, while Fire 4 is 540. So if you apply Thunder 3 one tick early, it technically did less damage than a Fire 4. That alone isn't a deal breaker. Like, per cycle, you only get 7 Fire 4s. So, like, reapplying Thunder one tick early is still a net gain, and I also do that. Sometimes I will do 2 ticks early if it happens to be convenient there. Speaking of convenient there, I haven't been paying attention to whether you did or not, but like in this level range, your only options for the Swift cast shenanigans with Blizzard 3 is Xenoglossy or reapplying Thunder. So if it happens to line up like that, then like maybe an extra tick early is not too bad. Especially if you need that polyglot for anything. Point being, Thunder is surprisingly weak, so missing a tick on it isn't actually a huge concern. And yeah, also true, Naomi. Pro tip for anyone that doesn't have a lot of experience with Tower at Paradigm's Breach. if you're tanking the shieldy boy, turn it, face it towards the other one, because any white mages in between the two, any dancers in between the two, will essentially take unavoidable damage otherwise. Like, they have to run over to Narnia to make sure they don't hit the shield if you don't face it correctly. So, pro tip on that. You want to, of course, drag the shield guy out, but then you want to turn it so that it's facing the other one, or facing the raid, at least. The tank's name is funny. M's an owl? Yeah, double Xenoglossy, sure. Isn't Black Mage supposed to transpose after Despair? Not necessarily at level 80, Mew. Let me show you why. Level 100 trait allows for the immediate casting of Despair. This is the level where Despair becomes instant. Before level 100, Despair is not instant. So there isn't a window to transpose. Which is the reason why you have to invent one by using other options. Nox says one of the tank's names is Show Maturity. Huh. Yeah, that is the reason why at level 80 or even 90 the transpose shenanigans on single target are a little more complicated. Is because you don't have an instant despair that just automatically solves the problem. It's even worse below level 80, because there your only instant option to do it is Thunder. Which again is the reason why I'm like, Thunder's not that strong, however, because you might want to use that to set up the Blizzard 3 shenanigans, and each time you set up the Blizzard 3 shenanigans, you're gaining 87 potency. Which means that Thunder losing like 50 potency by being reapplied early, you're still like net positive. Even if you applied like 2 GCDs early, just because that happens to be the convenient time to reapply your Thunder, you might do that anyway. Like, you might do that anyway without the Blizzard 3 thing. And that just means that while you're losing 100 potency, I think it is, from the dot ticks, you would have lost those anyway based on the way you were going to play it. So the Blizzard potency gains are ultimately still gains when it really comes to it. Yeah, said nothing much happened till Red Girl. That does not surprise me. Those 2 Ps are super cursed. Are they 9p? I didn't even check. Because they're perfectly spaced so that you can't actually AoE them very well. Uh-oh. Rostas, I often try to AoE them as Bard. I pretty much always try to AoE them and then get disappointed because I can only hit like 2 of them. There you could have used Xenoglossy to get the Swift cast thing. For range, it is a gain on 2. Yeah, on Bard, I believe it is a gain on 2. Jingo says Transpose remains useful after getting Fire and Blizzard 3. Yes. I have a video about it, Jingo. Called something to the effect of the wacky world of non-standard Black Mage. It's actually used frequently both for AoE and single target when you're optimizing. Oh! Almost. Non-standard Black Mage didn't Dawntrail kill it, it just made it more accessible. I guess the problem there is that some people viewed non-standard Black Mage as a rather specific thing, whereas because the naming convention was rather generic, like as long as it had, like as long as the properties live on, then technically it's still there. Yeah, that's a good call. I was thinking you probably need to use triple cast again with the way you're handling this. I believe it's phase changing here. But yeah, the general points where transpose is useful is in AoE circumstances, or specifically if you have a Swift cast at any level where you have Blizzard 3, then there's something you can do. Gazel? What are you doing? Darth JF says, my favorite is doing old extremes synced and someone pops in. Hey, wanna unsync? Is Darth JF in the past? Or was it a... But also that is a classic one that I've seen. It also reminds me of when others were trying to solo the current Dawntrail dungeons. Which means you need a light party to enter the duty. So they put up party finders asking for people to help. And there was, based on what I've been told, there was a surprising amount of quote-unquote helpful individuals that would just send a tell like, just use unrestricted, Lamal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Which you can't for Dawntrail content. Hey, Liv. Hope you're doing well. Like, those are so fantastic. Like, Naya Wire says, a 14-player learn how to read challenge impossible. I was like, Naya, hope you're doing well. Cat says it happened like twice every Cagnazzo attempt. Just for clarification, guys, in Endwalker, Cat put a lot of effort into trying to solo Cagnazzo synced after I failed to do it. And it took many attempts. Uh-oh. Well, you can tank the hit. Yeah, Brontom says, just unsync and solo the level 100 Lamau. Well, see, the thing is, if you want to solo something under normal, quote-unquote, normal circumstances, you just set unrestricted and level sync. But unrestricted is not allowed on current expansion content, just in general. So it doesn't matter that you set the other settings. But, you know, people that don't know that will just be like very confused as to why you need helpers. Overall, so far, Guzzle, I feel like it's going pretty fine. But either I'm not looking each time you're doing it, but I don't see you do the Blizzard 3 trick very often. Not that you have to. But if you're not doing it, that would be like a clear like improvement point that you could do. And of course, not moving when you're not sure if you had to. Move when you know you have to. And of course, try to move in the slide casting window if you can. Raging Bull says, me doing Lapis Manales right now with Black Mage. Yeah, there's less room to do the Swiftcast B3 trick for sure. Yeah, exactly. Although, like, if you're saving polyglots, then you technically can do it every time. You just finish every Astral Fire by sending the polyglot. And if a Thunder reapplication happens to coincide anyways, then you can use that instead. But if you compare it to what you have to work with at level 100, it's like before level 100, you actually have to think about it. You actually have to plan it to make it work. Otherwise, it's just not happening. And even at level 90, it's like, yeah, imagine if Paradox could be used as your last spell instead. Then it would be so easily solved. Also, very nice small movements. Now, if only you could do that and also not, like, stand there and not cast for a moment while checking your position. That's a good call. I wasn't sure how you're going to do that without a triple cast or a swift cast at least. Yep. Very good timing for the Thunder. Also, just there was one. I saw that. I think you had a little bit of a clipping on it, but I noticed a tip I would say that might help you a lot with Black Mage mobility, Guzzle, is for those that have it like that are not too familiar with Guzzle's setup here, their actual hotbars are on the top left. And down here in the bottom are just like tracking stuff. I would highly recommend putting an emote in the tracking stuff hotbars. Because that will flash when the slide casting window happens. You don't need it, but it might help you to get better acquainted with the slide casting window. To just have that little ding every time you can move. Like, just for comparison's sake, like when I say do that, this is my slide casting window emote. That's the reason why I have an emote on my hotbars at all. Is because that one blinks at me when I can move. I don't use it very often, but it's pretty nice to have. Just like some sort of like response from the game going, you can move now. News was I wiped my team at Endsinger yesterday because the tank bust animation looked like the single target when it was actually an AoE one. Oh yeah. How does the slide casting emote thing work? Let me show you. Pay attention to the fact you can see all of my actions are like darken when I'm casting something, right? If you look really closely at the lob hop emote, you'll notice that it lights up about half a second earlier than everything else. When like it's going to be hard for me because I'm on OCE here. I have latency problems, but you can technically move when the emote lights up. The learning step. Again, it doesn't really work as well when you have a high latency, but the learning step is if you're in a good latency, you can move when the cast time is below like half a second or a bit more than that. But on a good latency, that emote will light up at that exact moment. So you can just use that as your guideline while learning. Ronson says, a friend of mine had recommended to go to White Mage and slide cast with Cure 2 and practice until you can make a lab around the house district. That is interesting. Is it an emote macro, just an emote? It's just an emote. It's just an emote. Oh, that was awkward. Let me just see what happened there. How often do you hop over to OCE? I am on OCE for the walk and talk streams. Was this one of the good old cases of the you transposed into Swiftcast, but then you didn't have a Swiftcast? It looks like it was. That's the worst. But yeah, you don't need that emote thing, but it might help you. It might help to learn it. I just have it because it's kind of nice. Evacuate the ley lines. Say, Travis, hope you're doing well. Travis says, I had a nice I'm guessing you meant slide cast thing with Scholar where it timed nicely with the book slap and the animation. Ah, yeah, where it does the... It has also gotten easier with the whole slide casting thing for Black Mage. Before the 7.2 patch, where Fire 4 and most of your spells were like a full GCD's worth of cast time, or Fire 4, for instance, being 2.8 seconds, your mobility was basically like either instant casts or however much slide casting you'd get away with. Now, at the very least... At the very least, you're getting like the half second of the remaining cast time. Also, it's a little awkward now because you don't have very many instant casts, but a little tip for this bit, particularly convenient for casters because you don't have to worry about positionals. Alternate between being in front of the boss and behind the boss to make sure that you can keep facing the boss while doing this. Like here, you see this, you go in, like you slide cast through the boss and just continue casting. And then when you see the next thing, you go, slide cast behind the boss and continue casting. And you just keep doing that. In the second time the mechanic happens, it can be a little harder to do that. Like the timing and like the position you need combined with the orbs flowing around the arena. That might be dangerous to do, but you know, just keep it in mind that if like you can automatically position yourself correctly by just standing in front of or behind the boss. Yeah, exactly, Mew. I said the same thing. Yuki says Endwalker cast times were rough. Here's a fun fact, Riki. In Shadowbringers, White Mage's Stone and Glare had a 2.5 second cast time. Same with Scholar's Ruin. Only Astrologian had a weaving window after their filler attack. Can you face anywhere while inside the boss hitbox? No. What I mean, Rust, is when you start an action, you will face the boss for a frame. If you force yourself to like point in some other direction, you can do that. If you're inside the boss hitbox, you can actually look away from the boss and continue attacking, I'm pretty sure. But if you're on legacy controls, that's going to be really awkward. If you're on standard controls, it's easy game, like easy mode. But you don't have to do that. But the reason why I suggest just position yourself so that like you automatically face correctly for those bands there. Is exactly because if you just blankly continue casting while doing that, those bands, those rings coming down might just snipe you on that exact frame. It's not lethal. For some reason, I thought it was. But it's not lethal. But it's still just not a necessary risk to take. Yeah, does that frame is so jank while moving? With moving targets? Yeah. Or even if you have to attack while moving. Overall, I think that went pretty well, Gazel. I think the main things that I noticed was that there were, like, you might benefit from getting a little bit better at slide casting. Or, like, incorporating it a bit more. That could help. Being a bit better at, how do I put it? Standing your ground. Like, if you're not sure if you have to move or not, then stay until you know. Only move when you know where you're going, if you're actively casting. And then there's, of course, you could, you know, get a little more fancy with the the transpose shenanigans, specifically with Blizzard 3. But like that's a really minor thing. I also, like as I said early, Thunder 3 is only marginally stronger than a Firefall when used optimally. So I wasn't particularly concerned about your Thunder 3 uptime. High Thunder, on the other hand, is more impactful. Also, Grim Raven and Crazy Dialga, hope you're doing well. Grim Raven says it might have been lethal at launch. I don't believe so. And I played it at launch. I don't believe so. Crazy Dialga says, weirdly, I think Samurai helped me improve with slide casting. It is pretty funny that they also make use of slide casting, yeah. Just not nearly as much. But if you know how to slide cast, then like the jutsu is only locking you in place for like 0.8 seconds. It's not very much. Pretty nice. I will say, Gassel, just as I said before, while you get maximum damage out of the thunder by making sure to let it drop, at the same time, the exact timing of dot ticks might mean that it's actually for the best to make sure that that it doesn't miss a tick while it's down and up again. Michaela says, isn't slide casting just moving before the cast finishes? I feel like I'm missing something because people talk like it's a hidden technique. 1, yes, it is essentially moving before the cast finishes. 2, technically, it is a hidden technique. Because the game doesn't explain it, and as far as the game is concerned, it looks like a bug. It looks like lag, but it isn't. And just to clarify, this is not slide casting. This is not slide casting. Because I waited until the cast finished. Some might say, isn't that still slide casting? No, it isn't. That's just moving in between GZDs. Slide casting is when you do this. This is slide casting. Only slide casting. The reason why I'm advising Gassel to make more use of slide casting is not because it's like hugely important. It's more so that if you are better acquainted with moving early, then you can move more when you need to. It's not a technique you necessarily need for most movement as Black Mage, but having the experience to see that like you can move a little bit more may make you feel more brave to take the chances to stand your ground for a little bit longer. Muse's slide casting is harder as Black Mage though because of the higher cast time? Not necessarily. Your cast times are 2 seconds now, after all. Not 2.5 or 2.8. Like, technically, they're still the longest. On like the average cast time, but it's not as bad. The key thing to remember is it's about the last half second of a cast. And that's all you have to keep in mind. Like so. Oh, I actually got tripped up by the latency there. And there. Never mind. If you have latency, just cry, I guess. Anyway, let's finish with this one. So this clip is a while ago, but what it is about is Nox wanted some pointers on tanking, but their recording Michaela says, can't you walk forward and cast a spell and see when it cancels to calculate the slide casting window? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I've never tried that. Because I'm on OCE, my latency is really unstable, so but this might work. That is actually a pretty good pretty good shout, Michaela. That could be a way to figure out how much it is, but it does vary a bit, which is why when you're on a good connection, it's usually best to assume that it is half a second. But long story short, still, Michaela, is you going, wait, but isn't it just this? It's like, yeah, but in other games, you can't do that. Like, slide casting is not a thing in other games, which means that because Final Fantasy XIV doesn't explain it, it is technically a hidden technique. Hey, Genzim, hope you're doing well. Says, can't you use an emote icon being grayed out to check when you can move? Yes, I actually recommended that earlier. Exactly. But no worries, Michaela. I was just clarifying that exactly that kind of stuff is a hidden technique. And I'm glad to hear that, Django. In fact, I kind of do that as well in my Black Mage guide, Jingo. Like, about the time when, about, like, level 40, I'm like, you can play like this, but this is way better. Like, the AoE damage difference between using transposed shenanigans and not is so massive that it's indefensible to not use transpose if you know how to. But yeah, basically, Nox couldn't record this at the time, but would like to post something to get some advice. It's a while ago now, so it's not necessarily that helpful. But also another thing that was the purpose of this was also to try and see what you can see of helpful information as someone else looking at, for instance, the tank. Ricky says, Hi-Fi and Blizzard are still on my hotbar because of muscle memory. I want you to know that there are niche situations where they're still useful. Fire more than Blizzard, but they do have their uses. Notably, if you're doing the transpose flare rotation, you find yourself in the ice state, you cast freeze, and then you realize that you don't actually have foul, and you don't need to reapply thunder, and there's like 6 targets, so paradox isn't optimal either, then the best option is actually to cast fire 2. That does more total damage over the course of things than if you cast freeze again, or if you cast, like, reapply thunder, like, way too early. So there is a situation where fire is useful. And if you start a dungeon and there's 3 enemies near each other such that high Blizzard can hit them, then that will do more damage than Blizzard 3. Which means that you should, like, unless you have an Ether or something and want to do some direct fire shenanigans, your best opener is just Swift cast Blizzard 2. At lower levels, where you don't have the option to specifically get, like, I suppose without Flare Star, it makes more sense to go Fire 2, Flare. Just to get the 1. But once you have Flare Star, it's really important that you get 2 flares every time. And you can either do that by, you know, going in with Umbral Hearts, or by having an Ether. But anyway, this clip was essentially meant to try and take a look at what we can glean from like basically a bystander perspective. And in the party we have Nox and Naomi and Tongue. And Shaq, of course. Muse says there's no way to get 2 flare stars in the open of a Black Mage. Yes, there is. It's called 5 + 7. Your opener on single target as Black Mage is Fire 3, Thunder, 5 Fire 4s, then you Mana Font, and then you do 7 Fire 4s. You just skip Paradox. I explained this in my Black Mage guide as well. On AoE, I did say 2 flares. I did. If I said 2 flare stars, I meant 2 flares, which gives you a flare star. Black Mage mentioned, clip pushed aside. Sorry. Let me just take that from this from here again. Rampart is going. And Heart, that makes sense. Yeah, that was actually what I was looking for, Nox, was, wait a minute, did you drop so low because you didn't press buttons, or was it because you did press buttons? And yeah, that is going to be difficult to see the buffs. Oh, you also used camouflage there. No worries, Michaela. Should work on using Rampart after the 40%. Not necessarily. There's a justification for both ways. The justification for big defensive first is that by using it early, you'll get more of them. And the justification for Rampart first... Actually, the better justification for big defensive first is that it's the more impactful one. If you're only going... getting more of those is going to be better overall. But the first pull in a dungeon usually coincides with 2-minute burst, which means that usually you should expect those to die faster, so you probably don't need the big one as much. Similarly, if you use Rampart on the first pull, and then the first pull really drags out, even better, quote-unquote better, if the second pull also drags out, then you will have Rampart for both pulls, because it'll just get ready again, because you used it in the first pull. Usually it's a pretty bad sign if that happens, but, you know. So like there's justification for both. There's also cases where you don't need any big, like you don't need the big 40% or 30% for the second pull. So it's better to use it for the first one. Like I often feel that in a lot of duties that the first pull is the harder one. Like as if the designer knew that, well, the players are going to have everything for this, so we should really bring it. And then the second pull is a little nicer because, well, you've used everything. But I don't know if they actually done that, and that that suggestion is very like if I like bring out an example where exactly that happens, you'll be like, oh yeah, I can see that, and then I could also be like, and then there's like things like Tower of Zod, where the last pull is evil, and if like. Basically, there's arguments in both. Yeah, exactly. Vanaspati does it too. So, like, ultimately, my suggestion is just think about why you're doing what you're doing. Like, optimally, you actually think about your defensive cooldowns and use what makes sense in the moment. But that's really hard. I do that too, Rust. Because when I do tank, I usually tank with a full pre-made. My groups are usually so insanely good that I forget to use defensive, like use anything beyond like Holy Sheltron or something like that in most AoE pulls. I like doing Camouflage and Heart and Aurora, but doing Rampart and Aurora seems more efficient. Yeah, well, I would say the best you could do is like right when you reach it, like right as you're reaching your destination, you use Heart. And then you use Rampart kind of when you feel like you need to. Like some of the mobs might not quite have reached yet, but you just use Rampart after that, and then you can use Aurora after that. And the reason why you'd want to muscle memory using Aurora after that is because in Dawntrail duties, Rampart increases healing received. On the one hand, Heart of Corundum's heal misses out on that. On the other hand, like, look, if you stack everything that heals you in that window, then like you don't have any healing left. So like the defensive the mitigation optimization is more important in that context. Hey Emir, hope you're doing well. Gensem says, should Warrior use Damnation on cooldown to the extra DPS? That is actually a good example of why some tanks would want to lead with their long defensive, like their bigger one than Rampart, because there it's actually a damage gain to specifically use your big one first. You get more of them. Overall, you don't have to, but if you're pushing as hard as you can, like if you're trying to maximize damage, then yes, you should use Damnation, like, pretty early in every pull. An interesting thing about Warrior optimization is that Warrior, like, huge brain Warrior optimization. Oh, there was a Super Bowl live. Good thing you used it. And I don't think you lost very much HP to the Super Light itself, so that's even better. The clash that these warriors run into is that maximizing your damage output and also maximizing the value of your defensive cooldowns is something that you can't do both. You cannot do both. And some of you might be going, but wait, surely you can? Let me think for a moment. I'm pretty sure you can do that. To maximize your DPS as a warrior in a dungeon, you basically have to, the moment you reach a destination and the mobs have caught up to you, you have to slam Damnation or Vengeance to get the the counter damage, which is like, it's not much, but it is something you can see. But if you do that, then Bloodwetting is getting delayed. And Bloodwetting is so strong that if you wait until you're at like 60 or 50% HP, then you might be able to wait with using any defensive for like 7 seconds. And then you just use Damnation or Vengeance after Bloodwetting ends. But if you do that, then Vengeance comes out like 15 seconds into the fight. And it is possible with a solid group that some enemies will die during that. So you've actually lost damage. So like there's no way to do both. My best suggestion to like optimize both is when you reach your destination, just send the Bloodwetting. Like once you've taken just a little bit of damage, like when you would use a defensive, just send Bloodwetting. 8 seconds later, use Vengeance. Or Rampart, or whatever. And then just use Bloodwetting the instant that it is ready again. The only exception is exactly as Zav says, if you have like a white mage, maybe just don't, maybe just don't use anything until the stuns have gone out, if you can help it. But like, same deal. Was that a pentaweave? It might have been. I will say we have reviewed Shaq since, so I know Shaq is better than this. I'll say Kraken mode. Hope you're doing well. But the reason why I suggest just aggressively sending Bloodwetting is that, and I do believe I go over this in some of my tank guides, being predictable is a very good thing for a tank. And if you signal to your healer, I'm using Bloodwetting on cooldown, then your healer can just plan around that. Like, they don't give you anything right on pull, like right when you should use something, because they know you're going to send Bloodwetting immediately. Some might even, you know, be very good about going, well, you're using Bloodwetting when you're dropping low. But some might not get smart to that. But once they see that you're very aggressively using Bloodwetting, they can more easily go, okay, then I'll use stuff when Bloodwetting is on cooldown. For instance, a Sage can, you know, maintain a 10% mitigation for you during that. Just a little extra. Just that, now you have that too. Like, they can just focus on making it easier for you in the times where it isn't trivial for you. Granted, you don't need it, but just because you don't need it doesn't mean that it wouldn't be nice. Liv says, honestly, I feel as a warrior you can kind of just send your 40% just for the damage, considering how much other stuff you have. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. The reason why I don't usually do that is because the day that I actually assume that my party knows what it's doing is going to be the day that they don't know what they're doing. Yurika says, my personal preference on pulling the first pack, depending on the dungeon, is Invuln first, then when it's nearly running out, to Arm's Length, and then Rampart and or Personal, depending on how many left. That's also a way to do it. The only reason why I focus on these rather strict defensive cooldown cyclings is because it's a lot easier to learn that than going, just figure it out. And most pulls can be done without your Invuln altogether, which means that you have it as a backup if something goes wrong. Again, don't need it, but the day you do, you'll be thankful that you had it. Dear White Mage, please don't use Holy at the start of the pull because I want my dopamine spike. Checking in on the hunting log, guys. Just making sure we didn't miss anything. Also a good point, Travis. A pro tip about involving off rip, especially as a warrior, is that I think I've explained this in my tanks from a healer's point of view video. To a healer that doesn't know you, the warrior that holds everything to then use bloodwetting when they're low looks identical to the warrior that waits until they're near dead and then they use Holmgang and then they use bloodwetting. And that also looks identical to the warrior who doesn't plan to use anything. And the only way for the healer to know which one of them you are is when you do something. And by the time you use your thing, if you wait until you're at like 30% HP to use bloodwetting or something, they will only realize that once they have used everything to save you, because they don't know that you know what you're doing. Also just want to mention the really funny little side story happening in the chat log of this run, of Shaq having issues with the 2-minute burst misalignments and asking our DPS to hold it a bit to realign. I don't think I've seen that before. But it seems like there was an active attempt to make that happen from everyone. I mean, it's a full pre-made, so of course. But yeah, that is the reason why I highly recommend that you don't wait until you're near death to use something like Holmgang or bloodwetting without clear communication. Because you doing that looks identical to someone who's not going to do anything about it. Very nice. Nox remembered to interrupt. I do want to mention, just like I've been, talking tanking strategy just in general, so there's not that much talking about what Nox was doing. But what you can probably also recognize here from that is that as long as things are fine, you don't notice very much. Or it doesn't matter that much, as long as cooldowns are being used. Uh-oh. That was during the 2-minute burst too. After all that setup. Oh man. Here's a random tip. In this specific scenario, you don't need to do that. It won't be a problem, but a little random tip is light speed reduces the cast time of your rest by 2.5 seconds. So if you're going to hard cast your rest anyway, and you have 2 light speed charges, use one. However, just for clarification here, the clip of Shaq that we reviewed that is newer than this, Shaq also had some trouble with not using light speed. So that's not super relevant here. But more like just a general pro tip, light speed reduces the cast time of your rest. I don't know, Nox, it's just more, it's a general thing that tanks don't always remember to do it. Oh, Naomi, the specific reason I think it was particularly sad is because of all the effort you went through to make sure that the 2-minute bursts aligned. And then 2 minutes into the fight, they're broken. Amy, are you still here? Because we do have one last clip. Yours. Yep, that works. That's less worky, but I guess you could do that. My suggestion, just here. I actually covered this very briefly earlier when we were talking about Blizzard 2 and Fire 2. Is that, and this is what my recommendation is. I always swift cast to get over that awkward cast right at the start. I don't usually use ethers in my opener on dungeons. I just don't. I have ethers. I just don't. So I need Umbral Hearts before going into fire. So my opener will always account for that. Just so that I've given like the groundworks of how I do it. I'm not saying you have to do it like me, otherwise it's wrong. I'm more saying there was some assembly required here that might have been better. So I'm just going to go over that. The only reason you would choose to high Blizzard 2 instead of Blizzard 3 after a swift cast is if there are 3 or more targets, because high Blizzard 2 is 100 potency, while Blizzard 3 is 290. So, in this specific context, Blizzard 3 is better. In that specific context where there are 2 mobs and you have Swiftcast. Emian says, I don't think I've ever watched to play Black Mage specifically. That's surprising, considering how much I play it. But yeah, the way that I do it, the way that I do this in this specific dungeon, just as an example, is that I use Swiftcast and then Blizzard 3 one of these guys, and then I thunder them. Like just single target high thunder on that specific guy. Then, while that is happening, I triple cast, also amplifier by the way, and then I Blizzard 4 one of those 2 guys, because Blizzard 4 is also better than freeze on 2 targets. Then I transpose. That's fair, silly. But the reason I transpose is because, well, I'm going to, like, actually I transpose and then I use high fire too. But the way that I go about it is I use, as I said, Swiftcast, Blizzard, 2 or 3, depending on target count. Then I Blizzard 4 or freeze, depending on target count. No, I'm an idiot. Let me try again. I Swiftcast, and then I start with Blizzard 3 or 2, depending on target count. Then I Thunder 1 or everything if there's a bunch. And then I Blizzard 4 or freeze, depending on target count. And then I do that by triple casting, which means that the next few spells I'm going to be casting are also going to be instant. So I transpose, and then I just thunder the other guy, if there's 2. And then I use high fire to get Asphalt Fire 3. I might even use Paradox, just to have the fire starter for later. And then I use Flare. And part of the logic in all this is that by doing this, Blizzard 3, Thunder, Blizzard 4, Transpose, Thunder, Fire 2, Paradox, I spend a lot of time, and the walk from here to down there is pretty long. So you can see, from this point, if you just check the timer there, 44 seconds. Just about all that time would have been spent. Yo, there was no need for that. That should probably have been a foul. On the one hand, something not transposing after the instant DPS loss. On the other hand, it took you a moment to think about it, which then meant that it was no like you would have clipped the transpose. So just doing something is better than doing nothing. Umbral Soul, very good. Hey Zeke, hope you're doing well. And here again, you can go Thunder because that, like, those three guys are pretty spread out. But now you might as well Thunder up two. Although I think I missed one there. That's just unfortunate. You should have used Transpose Freeze there. It's the, the general, just the reason why, just explaining the reason why black mages get so uppity about this specific set. I know, Emir, I'm just giving the advice anyway. The reason why black mages get so uppity about the whole transpose flare thing is that the power difference between skipping Blizzard 2 and Fire 2 in the, like, just in the overarching power potency comparison, is like, just a rough estimate is that transpose flare just without Blizzard 2 and Fire 2, if you can help it, is like 20% stronger. Like, it's so much that it's like, imagine if you just had Fight or Flight. Yeah, exactly, that much. The thing is, it's worth considering, Genjim, is that it's not so clear-cut. Because while you can just, you know, flare, start, transpose, freeze, the point where it gets a little muddy is exactly that the GCD that follows after freeze depends. You can also put something after flare star, but it's not needed to obtain this massive damage difference. Oh boy. And this particular 20% difference is typically you compare the GCDs that you know are going to exist. So flare, star, freeze, with of course a slightly clipped GCD on the flare star transpose. But then you just assume that there isn't a clip on the on the thing that follows freeze. Because the thing that follows after freeze is usually an instant cast. But you just assume that, like, these 4 GCDs are the ones that are there, and you're going to compare the, you know, the average potency per second of those 4 things with Blizzard 2, freeze, Fire 2, flare, star. And then, you know, again, the missing things are things you would use anyway. Like, you would use Foul anyway, you would maintain Thunder anyway, all that stuff. Very nice. Reasonably quick. You should be using Amplifier more. I'll get to that, Rust. The reason why that makes for a slightly unfair comparison or slightly complicated comparison is that the thing that follows after freeze actually matters, right? Like, that actually matters. And that 20% power difference is like, remember, flare star is the part of that whole AoE rotation that does the most damage, except for Foul. But while some of your cycles will be, you know, flare star, transpose, freeze, Foul, other sequences will be Flare, Flare, Flare Star, Transpose, Freeze, Thunder, I guess. And other times it might be Flare, Flare, Flare Star, Transpose, Freeze, Paradox. And in the cases where you would, Thunder, where you didn't have to, even better would have been, Flare, Flare, Flare Star, Transpose, Freeze, and then just a high fire too. Like a slow, weak sauce high fire too in Umbral Ice 1, because it's better than using Thunder when the dot is already there. And on 6 targets, it's better than using Paradox. Mainly because it makes the first flare better. But because of these things, once you actually get a more realistic view of what the Transpose Flare sequence is actually going to be, it's going to be a bit less than 20%. It's still going to be, as Naomi put it, I'm sorry, that power gain is just stupid, but it's not going to be that much. It's simply that if we just ignore the part we're not consistently sure about, then it just so happens that the thing we're not consistently sure about is actually a huge factor in how strong it actually is, and it just varies. And you can't just go, well, how about I assume that every second time I do this, and then I alternate these two things? Because you're not going to do that. Some AoE pulls, you're just going to go Flare, Flare, Flare Star, Foul, Transpose, Freeze, Foul, Transpose, Flare, Flare, Flare Star, Foul, and then the pull is over. So it makes it really hard to say for certain. So 20% is more like an upper bound, I would say, but it is still a so high amount that you're gaining by skipping Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 generally, that, like I'm just saying, in my Black Mage guide, I mention that you can use Fire 2 and Blizzard 2, and then I just don't talk about it again. I saw that you had an instant cast there. You could have used UI1B3 Swift cast. Oh well. You're in the correct position. You could have set down a ley line. Your dot isn't active. To your question, Yannick, yes, I have seen that. Like once. You should use Transpose for that. Genzim says, also because of the fall-off, is it worth switching targets between caster, Flare, Flare, and Flare Star? Yes. You want to be an active component in your AoE. You want to be sure that you're choosing a target that is somewhat centered, so you're hitting as many enemies as you can as possible. But if you have to choose, then it may also make sense to specifically choose the healthiest enemy, because Black Mage's AoE is surprisingly dense on the primary target. To your question, Rust, it depends. If you're not level 100, then the answer is almost always, if you're not in combat or if there's no attack target, reset with Umbral Soul. If you're below level... Oh man. Below level... Actually, I'm not sure. The reason why I'm not sure is because the reason you might not want to is, like, if you are resetting after like casting at 2 Fire Force, then it means that you have to cast a sad Fire 3 again. And it might not be worth it, but I'd have to like math it out. I'd have to actually calculate that. But I would say for the most part, don't worry too much about it, and if there's no target, just reset. If you're level 100, if you're close to a flare star, there could be an argument of holding. But at the same time, if you're close to a flare star, you're also close to running out of fire force. So like, if you're going to be super sweaty about it, like if you're going to get super optimizey about it, it actually comes down to, will resetting now lead to me getting more or less flare stars in this fight? And most of the time, you don't know what the answer is to that. There's also the detail that once you have, like at level 90, once you have Paradox and can consistently get less sad Fire 3s, it's a way less of a punishment to switch out. And Ymir, don't worry about it. Like, I mean, it's practice. The particular thing that I'm seeing here is a lot of, if I remember correctly, wasn't the context of this clip that I complained that no one ever posts Black Mage clips? And then you specifically went and made one? Because that would probably mean... Oh, that's not the case. Okay. But if that was the case, that would mean that you probably haven't played Black Mage in ages. The dice told you Black Mage. Fair enough. But if you haven't played the job in ages, then you're making mistakes that match the description that you probably haven't played in ages. Like not remembering... It seems like there's a case of not remembering where the buttons are or what you're supposed to be pressing. Or forgetting that Amplifier exists. Or not knowing, you know, the AoE, like the optimal AoE rotation. But once you get to a single target situation, it's pretty fine. I think you're going to lose a polyglot now. Yep. Just before you could catch it too. Oh, 148, that's pretty good. Here I would Thunder and then Mana Font. And then Ley Lines. 148,000. You didn't want to do that. And you missed the despair. You don't have to... just a little detail here is you don't have to use your fire starters before exiting Astral Fire. In fact, it's actually pretty nice to save it, because then you can, you know, transpose Fire 3 into it, and then you have the Paradox for later if you need to move. Despair was lost again. And transpose? Nope. What I'm seeing here is the mistakes are some of the mistakes are coinciding with mechanic happening. Oh, that's not good. That was a lot of resources just lost. You have to reposition again. Ooh. Also, another tip is you don't have to finish Astral Fire with Flare Star. It's usually easier to use Flare Star first and then finish with Despair. Hey, the dog. Hope you're doing well. Best level 100 dungeon to practice healing at 100? I mean, any dungeon works. If you have good gear, then the newest dungeon is probably best, so that you're like getting the least value out of like being overgeared. But just general practice is probably the best you can do. Just do duties in general. Yeah, we got through all the clips. Fantastic. I think. But we're also an hour overtime. That's classic me, isn't it? But I do think this is also a good time to round off. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this is an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And just speaking of the schedule, Savage is tomorrow, and video is Saturday. So there's a little bit of a change in the schedule right there. With that said, that'll be all from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!